All right. So it is time. It is time for some Plants vs. Zombies. Hang on. One moment, please. There we go. Now we're cooking. So, if it isn't obvious, a lot of people have already played this game. So, this game was not very high on my to-do list for a while. But I figured, you know what? If I'm doing all the PopCap games, I may as well do this game eventually, right? And there's a lot of stuff on here that I haven't really touched because a lot of this stuff is exclusive to either the PC version or the Game of the Year edition. I actually forget which. But the Zombator and the achievement and the Tree of Life, I believe, are unique to the PC version in some capacity. Go away! I don't want to go to. I don't want to apply to Dallas Baptist University. Stop asking. So the first thing that I want to do before we do anything is the freaking Zombator. I just want to read off the pop-up that comes up because it is so damn funny to me. Supplemental license terms for Zombator. These supplemental license terms, along with the end-user license agreement, apply to your creation and user of a Zombator, and together they form a binding legal agreement between PopCap Games Incorporated, PopCap, and you, and, if applicable, the company or other legal entity you represent, collectively you and your. By creating and using a Zombator, you acknowledge that you understand and agree to be bound by these supplemental terms. If you do not agree to these supplemental terms, you may not create or use a Zombator. PopCap grants you a personal, limited, revocable, non-transferable license to use the game to create your own customized zombie, a Zombator. Any Zombator you create is part of the game and therefore is the property of PopCap and/or its third-party licensors and is protected by United States and international copyright laws and treaties. PopCap and/or its third-party licensors retain all right, title, and interest in any Zombator you create and reserve all rights not expressly granted under these supplemental license terms. You may access and use a Zombator you create only for your personal and non-commercial use. You may not modify, sell, reverse engineer, or otherwise attempt to gain access to a Zombator you create by using the game. You are free to reproduce, distribute, transmit, and publicly display a Zombator you create, subject to the following conditions. You may not use a Zombator for commercial purposes, business purposes, or in advertising of any kind without the express written permission of PopCap. You may not distribute a Zombator with the following types of content. Content in violation of third-party rights, including but not limited to copyrights, including copyrighting music, trademark rights of publicity and any other proprietary rights, content portraying libellous, defamatory, disparaging, torturous, or slanderous materials, content portraying pornography, adult-oriented content, or any other sexually explicit material, content portraying lotteries or gambling, content portraying excessive, explicit, or offensive languages or content portraying promotion of illegal activities, content portraying tobacco, alcohol, or drugs, content that portrays or promotes bigotry, racism, hatred, or harm against any group or individual, or promotes discrimination based on race, sex, religion, nationality, disability, sexual orientation, age, or any basis protected by federal, state, or local law, ordinance, or regulation, context that denigrates, disparages, or reflects negatively on PopCap or its producers or its employees, or any other person, company, product, or service that disparages PopCap's competitors. You agree to indemnify, defend, and hold harmless PopCap, its affiliates, subsidiaries, service providers, distributors, licensors, officers, directors, and employees from any claim, loss, damage, liability, including reasonable attorney's fees, arising out of or related from your use of a Zombator, your violation of these supplemental license terms, or your violation of applicable law, rule, regulation, or third-party right. Sure. Basically, use this how you want. If you try and sue our ass, we have this to back us up. I don't know what's up with that artifacting. Maybe, hang on, let me turn on 3D acceleration and see if that potentially fixes it. It did, awesome. That worked perfectly. Now we get to the good shit. I still remember this. It is kind of a shame that the skin color doesn't show on the flag zombie, but I'm gonna do this now because it's going to be it will be very entertaining to see this dude. We gotta go with the big hair. I'm a little bit tempted to make Jerome from Suits, but there's not really there's an afro, but there's not really like a big afro. He's gotta go all green. I gotta go back to my roots. I'm the kind of junk that I would do when I was like 9 or 10. Everything is one color, all the time. Eyewear. Okay, the double eye patches are cute. We gotta, oh my, yes, wait, go back to Tidbits, find one that isn't. We gotta go with the stoner shades. Oh, the accessory actually does show up. My dude. Yes. It's been saved to your desktop as a JPEG image file. Okay, I'm done screwing around. I do really wonder. I have to wonder if that laugh sound effect is sampled from something. But I mean, hey, it is Plants vs. Zombies. So at least for now, it's pretty simple. Ah, no flag zombies yet. I look forward to seeing my weird green gremlin man for this entire playthrough. It's barely been 15 minutes and I'm already just sitting here vibing to the music. That's something else that I learned fairly recently, just like looking around for cool things to mention. So obviously the soundtrack is done by Laura Shigehara. I didn't find a lot of things that I recognized when it came to like game credits for Laura Shigehara, but I found 3. Obviously there's Plants vs. Zombies. There is To the Moon, which I've actually yet to play, but I should at some point. I've heard that game is absolutely incredible. I've also heard it's a sob fest, so... Because to my memory, it's about a guy who is near death, and he like works something out with his either his doctor or his psychiatrist to go into essentially to go into a Matrix-esque simulation to allow him to live out his biggest dream, which is to go to the moon. And is apparently really, really cute. There he is, yes! The dude! The jolly green goober. Apparently it is fantastic. It's very, very sad though. Very somber game. But apparently she did the soundtrack. Another thing that she did, not explicitly... She didn't explicitly do the music for this game, but she did some voice work for it. She's the person singing in the credits of Deltarune. I think for both chapters. I imagine they're just going to have her singing going forward. But I mean, yeah, already I'm running out of things to say because, as it turns out, the legends are true. This game is fun. This game is good, and it is fun. And we don't have to think about the EA's sequels. We don't have to think about Battle for Naperville or whatever else. We don't have to think about Plants vs. Zombies Heroes. It's not real. It doesn't exist. There is only regular Plants vs. Zombies here. We are free in this moment to live in ignorance of the fact that this company is now owned by EA. Because with a lot of EA's sort of attempts to capitalize on the PopCap IPs, I tend to give them a decent bit of credit because with a lot of the games it was very like small experimental flash games that were like, yeah, these are cool, but when you're a company like EA, you can't really make a big franchise out of something like Candy Train, so I mean, I get it. But with stuff like this, when you see how badly they bungled it, it hurts. It does hurt a lot. And I mean, I have heard that Battle for Naperville is at least okay, but it's not the same game. And I'm already not a very big fan of first-person shooters. The only reason why I like TF2 is because I grew up with it. Well, I guess you can say the same thing about Battle for Naperville, huh? There are probably a lot of people who are a lot more receptive to the weird nature of it because they grew up playing it. So maybe that's kind of a moot point. But I think I've reached a resolution that I do eventually want to go through and play the mobile EA PopCap games. It's not going to be incredibly pleasant because a lot of it is just like, well, congratulations, it's Candy Crush Saga, but it's also insert game here. Because people figured out over 10 years ago at this point that is in fact a successful business model. Because if it takes you less than 10 minutes to make one level, and you have 5 people working at once, and you can make over 1,000 levels, that's pretty good return on your workload. Then you just pump in some microtransactions, and suddenly you have a game that's decently low effort to make, but very high monetary returns. And congratulations, you just made a mobile game, and that mobile game will go on to great success. But it stings extra hard when it's something like Bejeweled, because Bejeweled literally invented the casual game genre. Bejeweled and Chuzzle and Insaniquarium, like, they are the greats of the casual game sort of style of game. So to have them go from super interesting and bizarre, doing things in their own right that are kind of just weird and whatever, going from that to a cookie cutter mobile game feels really bad. But I'm not gonna dunk on EA this whole time because it's been done to death. Everyone knows at this point that the old PopCap was weird, but by all accounts, they were better. I'm not gonna say they were flawless, but they did their best. They really tried. Like, Bookworm Adventures is not a perfect game. Maybe I just haven't dug into it far enough to really super enjoy it. So far, it's like basically fine. I remember reading an article that there were over 400,000 lines of code for that game. Like, it's huge. It is absolutely massive, and the culmination of PopCap's game-making efforts up to that point. And considering that after that was basically the tail end of their catalog before the EA acquisition, Bookworm Adventures is the pinnacle of PopCap's game design. Which kind of a shame then that you can no longer buy it on any store platforms. But seems like that was from unrelated matters. Oh god, it's 1-5. Wait, this is Crazy Dave. My good friend David Blazing, here you are. This is the aspect of old PopCap that I really loved. Just this aspect of like, oh, okay, whatever you say, game. It's like, okay, things are happening. I guess we're doing this now. Alright, fine, if you want. If you insist on me killing those before you spawn more guys, I'll go for it. There's no coins yet, so I don't have to worry too hard. Because this game can be a massive moneymaker if you play your cards right. Aww. Oh, let's go. Potato mines are actually kind of crazy. Kind of a shame then that it also introduces this level also introduces a zombie that counters potato mines pretty heavily. And I mean, they're mainly crazy because of that. Because tower defense games are all about, more than anything, they're all about tempo. And if you can keep up your tempo, and if you can find ways to stall and gain momentum, then that's actually really, really strong. And Potato Mine is kind of the king of that. Very low investment, you get to wait for a little while, and build up your own forces while that one zombie that's stalling the entire wave slowly walks towards the mine. And then, by the time it hits the mine, you're way ahead of where you usually are. Nah, they probably got it. Yeah, they're fine. It is kind of funny. I'm noticing a flux of viewers more than usual. I imagine it's because I'm playing Plants vs. Zombies right now. So it's a lot more new people. New people, but also people with more discrete tastes than usual, because, you know, it's Plants vs. Zombies. There are very specific things that people look for when it comes to playthroughs of this game. And it's usually either mods, 100% completion, or some other crazy, wild and crazy gimmick to make it more interesting than just I'm playing Plants vs. Zombies. I wonder if you could play this game algorithmically. You probably could, right? Because I do apologize for my brain immediately going to algorithms and AI every time I see a game like this, but it's just... I do computer science stuff, man. This is just how my brain is wired. Because it seems like the technique so far is you build sunflowers, you build a few sunflowers, and then you place down a potato mine. And then you keep gathering up sun, building up that back row. And then once there's that stimulus of the first zombie that appears, there you are. Then you place down the pea shooter. I kind of wish tower defense games were more prevalent in the modern day. Because trying to think how many of those kinds of games are still really around these days, and there's not a lot. Because the big game that comes to mind that is like a true tower defense game is Gemcraft. Gemcraft is still around. I've never actually played the most recent installment, which is a Frostborn Wrath. But, I mean, I've had Chasing Shadows for God knows how long, and I just got back into the game. It is a impressively high difficulty curve, especially for a freaking tower defense game. But there's a lot of intricacies of that game, and if you do it right, to give an idea, and I think I may eventually just end up playing this game on camera. To give an idea of how intricate that game can get, there are guides for the game that are like meant to be like super crazy endgame guides for elite wizards, etc. And those guides assume that you're like somewhere near the end of it. You're like, you've beaten the main story, you've done the things. And my current level, having done a lot of min-maxing in a lot of the areas, my level is around, what was it? I think it's 3,500, somewhere in that ballpark. Maybe like 3,470. The first word of that guide says something along the lines of, this guide is only really applicable if you are over level 5,000. Let me remind you, I've gone out of my way to min-max experience on some of the areas. I thought I was doing pretty well. Then I see this guide that says, well, when it means endgame, it means it really does mean endgame. It means there is nothing left for you but the grind, and not just playing the endurance mode and doing fairly well in it, but beating the endurance mode, all 999 waves, and doing it consistently. That kind of stuff. It's kind of terrifying. Now, do I wish I was still playing the game in the early stages? Not really, because there is meta progression. And the mid-game for that game was kind of miserable, but I would be willing to play through it again for the sake of, you know, how I do all my videos, for the sake of showing other people this wonderful game, because not enough people talk about it. I seem to remember that the chopper is really good, but I've never been very good at using it. And I will say, I don't play Gemcraft as much anymore. Sometimes I crack it open and try and, like, beat my records for highest level of endurance, but the high level of that game is kind of discouraging because of just how min-maxed it is. Like, there's a whole formula for what's called speccing gems, because as it turns out, after a certain point, just hovering over your gem and pressing U to upgrade it isn't good enough. And because gems are in grades, you can go, oh, okay, I need... There's like whole spreadsheets of like, okay, I need 4, for just this one section, I need 4 grade 1 gems, 2 grade 2 gems, all of one color, and then I need 2 of one color, 1 of another color, and there's literally an external program for this game designed to map out that stuff automatically, because it is so ridiculous. And would require so much tedium and slowly mousing over and making however many gems you need and then combining them all in turn. And if you make a single mistake, you're down 5% of your peak output. It's just too much. It's just too much for me. And don't get me wrong, it is fun to min-max that game, but the actual process of doing it is... it's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of. And it's at that moment that I need to decide, okay, do I want to be suboptimal or do I want to have fun? And I think at that point, I choose having fun. Ah, you. Actually, hang on, let me try something real fast. If it shows my mouse, is it the dumb... It is the dumb blown up mouse. Awesome. Excellent. I've just been doing little dances with my mouse. And there it goes again. I kind of wish this game had a custom cursor, but considering that custom cursors are broken on most, if not all, modern PopCap games, I guess it's a good thing that it's not around. Hang on. Let me go back to no mouse cursor. I'm starting to remember why the chopper was so good. Also, damn, like I was saying before, the amount of foot traffic through this stream is kind of ridiculous so far. Like normally when I would do Tukey or whatever else, I would get barely anyone. Like a few people would hop in and they would stay for a decent amount of time. But so far, people have ducked in and then immediately left. I saw the number go back up to 3 almost immediately and then right back down to 1. And I mean, to be fair, the one is just because I have it pulled up on my phone over here, so that I can read chat if anyone's talking. Ah. That is interesting. I think that the generational aspect is very, I feel like, has a big say in that. Because a lot of younger people play these games. And yes, I know, I'll go and get my walker. I'll get my walker and go up to bed while I talk about the younger generation, but like, putting away the commentary about attention span and the younger generation for a second, I think, like, in general, just maturity correlates with attention span. It really does. And I don't even mean maturity in like a positive versus a negative light. I just mean, like, as you get older, you have a higher attention span. Because you just get used to... You get used to people just talking, and you get used to just sitting and twiddling your thumbs and just imagining the pretty birds and, you know, being anywhere but here right now. And as a kid, you just you haven't built up that natural defense mechanism yet. Because you're more catered to when you're a kid. Which is kind of weird how that works out, because as a kid, especially in school, like, school is where a lot of that happens, but school, like, there's no getting around it. You are required to be there, you have to go to school, you have to learn, etc. When you get out into being an adult, you don't have to do much of anything. I mean, you obviously have to eat, you have to make a decent wage for yourself, and for your spouse, and for your kids. But past that point, life is a lot more flexible. So you'd think that, as you get older, your attention span would decrease. Because you have more of an ability to just say, okay, I'm done with this conversation, I'm gonna go somewhere else. I'm gonna go do something else. But it's kind of the opposite. It's interesting. Ah. But the advice that I always give is... Oh, shit. I was supposed to give sage advice, then I moved the window out of the way. Get back to center position. There you are. The sage advice that I'll give at this moment is that being a kid is excellent because you're free of judgment. So if you are a kid, then, like, seize that opportunity. Because as you get older, it only gets harder to to divorce the things that you want to do with the people around you constantly making assumptions about you based on what you do. So you may as well have fun with it now while you still can, right? Because if you're in primary school, the only person you have to impress is your parents. If you can if you can impress your parents, you can do just about anything. Because who else is gonna judge you? But then you get to middle school and you discover social pressure, and then then everything comes tumbling down. Also 1-10, hell yeah. Thank you. I will say, to be fair, I am just saying the first thing that comes to my mind. Slowly but surely, I'll get better at making random conversation. Because apparently that's an adulting skill, but I've yet to learn it properly. Hey. And now we get to spam. Let's go. I can't get over the fact that, which is, again, I was just looking up random information that I could find about this game that was, you know, actually accurate. And I found something on the Wikipedia page for this game that said that Crazy Dave's real name is David Blazing, and I can't stop thinking about that. Like, I mean, I'd believe it. That's stupid, but I would 100% believe that if that were true. But it really does, like, you can feel the difference in audience of this one versus something like Tuki. Because with Tuki, I think, like, in general, the people who play Tuki are at or above the age of 18. It's just the vibe that I've gotten, and also just the analytics from the videos that I've done, frankly. It seems like everyone who watches those videos is of drinking age at least. And then I go to this, which, you know, it's Plants vs. Zombies. Three guesses the age range for this kind of a game. Ends up being much younger. I mean, weirdly enough, I kind of prefer the older crowd for Tuki. More potential to just kind of vibe. Because again, going back to the attention span thing, it's just... When you're younger and you watch something, you expect more action. You expect more jokes, you expect humor, you expect memes, something like that. I mean, I'm kind of a sound was that I just made. Sometimes I'm just here to the vibe. And this seems like it's gonna be one of those streams where I kind of just I sit here, I shoot the shit. People hop in, people hop out. I actually forget what he sells you. I do love the big tombstone that says bereft of life. They had some very cute ideas for this game.
Are coming. Brains.
Makes me wish that George Fan was still employed at PopCap, but I guess things just didn't work out that way. I'm noticing myself doing things in rhythm way more than I usually do. I swear. Heaven Studios done something to me. I'm not sure if I dislike it, frankly. I should have brought a cherry bomb, that would make this go faster. Yeah, it's a little bit strong. Oh, you. I mean, hey, this is the place where all of the overpowered, this is where all the overpowered plants live. The fume shroom is also really strong. I think the logic was that, well, they're only going to be able to use it in World 2, so let's make all the plants really strong to compensate.
The zombies are coming. I do appreciate that this game is more relaxed. Because with so many of the games that I played recently, it's like, yeah, this game is not very good, but it's also, it requires my constant attention. Again, yeah, a plague of the mind it is. Yick comes to mind once again. I'm just basically playing Desert Bus as an RPG, just having to sit there for an hour of constant attention, doing the same thing over and over and over again. But if you mess up at all, that's going to cost you up to an hour of progress. So you better not mess up. I'm going to guess that's enough. Because I still, like I said, the main reason why I make videos is so that I can use them as a sleep aid. It's a sort of a self-fueling thing. I use these videos as a sleep aid, which gives me an incentive to make more videos. So I've had a lot of time to think about Yick, which is a very, very unfortunate result. But that's just how it shook out. And I still think about the fight with Yuzu, that it took literally, to those who didn't see it, and I don't blame you, because it's Yick, a postmodern RPG. To those who didn't see it, the fight was an hour and a half long of slow, sort of Paper Mario-esque action commands over and over and over again, with almost no variation the entire time. And it was unimaginably boring, but if I messed up at all, I would have had to do the entire segment over again. Not to mention, I was really underleveled for that part of the game. And I knew it. Sure. I do like that the moment I've mentioned Yick, half the people left. It's just... It's like it's just a cue for people to leave. And honestly, I don't blame them. This is also sort of reminding me... I don't know if I properly mentioned my summer job before. I think I mentioned it like once offhand. But it's a very fun story, so I feel like it's worth sharing. So over this most recent summer, I was in a situation of, okay, I need to get myself, well, frankly, something to do, / I need some money, / whatever other reason. Like, I had a lot of reasons to go out and actually do something with my time. And I also kind of wanted a source of income again. So I went out and got a summer job at this, sort of like a historical site in our neighborhood. Because they were hosting a summer camp there. And the shtick with the summer camp was, well, okay, this... I mean, it's not a historical site because maybe doing it a bit too much justice. It's just a house that's been around since the 1850s. I guess that qualifies it as a historical site, but it's been around for a while. And nowadays it's really just used for outside proms and random other events that old people host around the neighborhood. So this camp, is basically it's funding for the trust fund that's associated with the building, just so they can like hire people to keep it from deteriorating over time, basically. Because I mean, it's old. It's been revamped over as time has gone on, but it's still a very old building. So as a result, it was on a very shoestring budget. And when I was just like casting my net wherever the heck I could send it to try and find jobs of some description, it was like the setup to a sitcom. My dad's has like some connection to a friend of a friend of a friend kind of deal, and I send her my resume saying like, hey, do you have openings for a summer job? I'm looking for a way to make some money. And she's just elated, like, oh my god, yes, absolutely, we could use some help. The person whose spot you're going to be filling in for just quit. And as I found out later, not only did she quit out of nowhere in the middle of a day. So, I mean, a little concerning, but it didn't scare me too much at the time. And like I said, the theme of it was, oh, it's a summer day camp, but it's set in the year, it's like as if it's set in the year 1850. And back in the year 1850, they had no phones, they had no technology. I think you can already see one of the problems when I tell you that most of the people that went to that camp were somewhere between the age of 3rd grade to 5th grade. And at least half of them are what I would refer to as iPad kids. And, I mean, from then on, it was basically just a worse version of teaching a class of elementary schoolers. Because I've done work with elementary schoolers before, and the thing that I've learned more than anything is that it's almost cosmic. There is always exactly one kid in the class that is completely insufferable. Everyone else is almost always fine. It's just, there is one kid per class. It almost feels like it's court mandated, who is just awful and will make the experience terrible for you. Everyone else was completely fine. But there's just like 1 or 2, or maybe even 3 on a bad week that will just be the worst. But everyone else is fine. And it was like that for all 5 weeks. And for all the people watching this who might be of elementary school age and are maybe thinking of people who fit that description, imagine being the teacher in that case. Like, not only having to deal with that kid, but having a job to somehow take this kid who is doing everything in his power to not learn and not do what the teacher wants to do. Imagine having to be the person who's responsible for wrangling them into actually doing their work. That's basically what I was stuck with. Let's go. This is one of the best mini games. Let's cash in on some free cash while we're here. I think I got the achievement, but I'm not sure. Because there is, to my memory, there's an achievement attached to this level for doing all of it without missing a single stroke. I don't remember if it's tied to the minigame, or I don't know if it's tied to the minigame or if it's tied to the actual version in 2-5, but I guess we'll find out. I also don't know if things like picking up sun and picking up coins count as a miss. I would hope not. I guess we'll see. Yeah, okay. So something went wrong. I do like the one down there that says ceased to exist. Not just dead, but super dead. In the eyes of the guy that lives upstairs, you don't exist anymore. You may be bones now, but those bones will be exhumed, there will be nothing left. Good luck going into work. Good luck going into work tomorrow with a clean conscience. don't know how to feel about the football zombies here. Like they are still kind of hilarious, I will admit. They're great. They're very well designed and aesthetically, but I don't know how much I like the idea of, well, make sure you have your special plan to deal with them or else it will just go straight to the back. Again, I should have kept the stupid cherry bomb for this. Now we're good. Was not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. Now these are interesting. I will say that the Scaredy sure makes me think of those like Plants vs. Zombies 2 analyses videos. I have not watched a single one of them, but the fact that they exist is very funny to me. Doing a full-on, like, 20 to 30 minute long video essay about how this one plant in this one area in Plants vs. Zombies 2 is horribly designed is very, very amusing to me. Because, I mean, hey, if people are interested in it, then by all means, get that horticultural bag and just keep making videos if people are going to keep watching it. But it's still a very funny concept to me. I do hope I kill enough zombies that I can unlock some of the bonus codes. I can't really call them cheat codes because it's just like the cosmetic junk. Because I think that it's been so long since I've actually messed around with this stuff. I think the first one is daisies. I could be wrong in that. It's either daisies or it's the funky sunglasses. One of the two. Because I remember as a kid, just looking up these. I don't know how I found out about them, but I just was like looking up Plants vs. Zombies cheat codes because I was 11 and I was curious. And it was just a flat list out. It was just a flat list of all of the of all the different codes, and I tried entering them in and none of them were working, and I was thinking like, hey, why isn't this working? I'm typing in the code right. Oh, it's because to unlock it, I need to kill 8 times as many zombies as I have currently killed. Okay, that makes sense. The Tree of Life, it sure is a part of this game. And I mean, hey, I feel obligated to say every once in a while, but if you're new around these parts, first off, hello and welcome to my channel. This is not normally what I do, but my goal is eventually to play through all of the PopCap games. Just from bottom to top, every single one of them. And it's way more of a commitment than you might think. I didn't think I'd have to go fishing through archive.org and the Wayback Machine to find some of these, but, I mean, as it turns out, and maybe this shouldn't have been a surprise to me, but EA has done a terrible job at archiving some of these old games. So for a lot of these, I had to take it into my own hands to varying degrees of success. I think the next crazy endeavor I have planned is I want to try and load up and play Allied Star Police. Because yes, that is a real PopCap game, and I mean, I suppose, yes, that was a real PopCap game. It doesn't exist anymore. Because that game, there were a set of 2, I think maybe 3, I don't remember the third. I think the third was freaking Candy Train, which I don't know if that counts. But, there were a set of PopCap games that were made under a sort of secondary company called Fourth and Battery. And the idea with the company was to make a set of mobile games or otherwise that were a bit... Oh. Oh, I already have 5,000. Oh, let's go! It's the Michael Jackson zombie. Or, pardon me, the ambiguous dancing zombie. I still remember that. That was the timing was kind of unfortunate, but that was still a very funny thing that happened. That there was a moment where this zombie used to because, you know, Thriller, it used to resemble Michael Jackson, and then Michael Jackson died from, I think, an overdose. I don't remember exactly. I think he overdosed on sleeping pills. And immediately they were like, oh shit, we gotta take this reference out of the game because it is now really distasteful to have a dead Michael Jackson zombie in this game. So they swapped it out. But in the original version of this game, you'll be able to find the Michael Jackson dancing zombie. Oh, cherry bomb, why not? But back to Fourth and Battery. So the original purpose of Fourth and Battery was to make like grittier, edgier, more like not adult-themed games, but more like pushing the envelope a bit more than usual. Because usually PopCap stuff was really, really kid-friendly. And to my memory, they only ever made 3 games under that sort of umbrella. Because that was right around the time that PopCap got acquired by EA. And because all 3 of those games met various unfortunate ends, it was quickly discontinued when PopCap Vancouver was merged with the rest of EA. But the 3 games,
Game number one, their flagship title, was a game called Unpleasant Horse. It was an endless runner game, or I guess endless flyer, where you piloted a little, if I remember correctly, you piloted a little, like, black Pegasus. And you would, it's an endless runner, so you kind of just bounce off of the heads of little white Pegasi. And the white Pegasi you would bounce on their heads, and they would fall down into spikes, it was like spikes or saw blades. It was a very Newgrounds core game. Very, like, cartoon gore. And based on the descriptions that I've read about it, it seemed decently charming. The trouble was, when they were trying to publish the game on the App Store, you have to send a mock-up of the app over to Apple so that they can, you know, Apple does a pretty thorough look of the game to make sure that it's not malware and to make sure that it's coincides with the terms of service, that kind of junk. And Unpleasant Horse didn't pass the test. I don't know if it was explicitly because of what was in the game, or I kept hearing that there was some sort of miscommunication, but I didn't really find much info to back that up. But regardless of the reason, it is no longer available for purchase, and has not been for a really long time. The second game kind of just makes me sad, because it was the second game that they made under 4th and Battery was a Make-A-Wish game. It was actually, I don't remember the kid's name off the top of my head. If you look up PopCap Allied Star Police, his name will probably come up. PopCap partnered with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and little, like, 7-year-old kid got to design the game of his dreams, and the game of his dreams was Allied Star Police. And based on everything I've read, it seemed like it was a genuinely kind of a cool game. And I mean, look, I swear I'm not biased because it was a Make-A-Wish game. But it genuinely sounds like a pretty cool game. But again, because the game was under 4th and Battery, when the EA merger happened, it all kind of fell to the wayside, which is really sad. It's really, I found that very sad. Do I even care about ice shrooms? I don't think I do. And I think I mentioned that there was a third game. The third game is not particularly glamorous. I kind of wish that there was some crazy story to it, but the third game that they made was a modern version of Candy Train, which was one of the first games that they ever made. And it's not good, unfortunately. I wish I could say that it was a good game, so that I can at least say that they went out on a high note. Nope, it was pretty bad. Because it's Candy Train. It was Candy Train, but on mobile. And it was about as weird and
kind of half fun as the original game was. So that sunflower did almost nothing, huh? Probably should have picked something more useful. Now I feel compelled to make a 20-minute long video essay defending the Scaredy Shroom. Unless it's somehow worse in Plants vs. Zombies 2, in which case, I guess that's more fair. That is fair. That it is considered to be pretty bad. Because I also never really thought about plant food and what that would do with it. Because for all the trappings of Plants vs. Zombies 2, I do genuinely like plant food as a mechanic. It's cool. I wish there was a way to bring it to old PvZ in a non-predatory way, but unfortunately it's modern Plants vs. Zombies, so good luck with that. It all has to be microtransactions. It all has to make us money. We've got to have money. Oh, this might be a problem. Okay, we're good. Why should I be using a Dune Shroom? What's wrong with me? Why am I using a Cherry Bomb? I guess it doesn't really matter. Hello, we would like to visit for a midnight snack. How does ice cream and brains sound? Sincerely, the zombies. Great start. If I remember correctly, there are a lot of board clears in this set, so I'm going to use my Hypno Shrooms liberally and then just deal with the consequences later. But I have four of these right now. I'll be fine. When's the last time anyone ever lost to an all-out zombie attack? Again, sorry for not talking much, but these... I've sort of like made up my mind a while ago that these streams are going to be all vibes. It also doesn't help that I'm famously not great at making conversation, so, you know. This was kind of bound to happen if I were to do streams. My one complaint is that the sort of like vibe and disco music is not in time with the rest of the music. But again, that is my rhythm brain talking again. My rhythm game brain rot. Everything has to be on beat. Hello. Well, thank God for perfume shrooms. I swear that went higher. Okay, we're good. It would be really funny if charmed zombies could eat graves. So I mean, hey, If they can eat walnuts, and walnuts are seem to basically be made of rock. Then what's stopping them from just chowing down on a gravestone? Oh no! Okay. Oh god, now to move on to these levels. These levels get tricky. But I more or less remember how to pilot them. Actually, wait. Okay, good. It brings me back to the plant select screen. If I'm burning a slot, I may as well just bring a puff shroom. I may as well just bring the plant that gives me a free blocker. Like I said, it's all about tempo. So what if I could bring the tempo down even more? I think this is closer to why that one person was saying that puff shrooms are kind of overpowered. Because you can do this. Squash is kind of ridiculous.
Oh, nice.
I actually forget which minigames are unlocked from the get-go, but it could be a nice way to make some money. I'm a genius! Oh no! There's two of them. Go away. Oh, come on. Oh god, right, the walnut repair kit isn't even unlocked yet. You unlock that in the post-game. I completely forgot about that. I forgot how much stuff is in the post-game in this. Oops. Ah, three-peaters. I look forward to never using them, even though they are really cool. You! You! Oh my god. I keep forgetting this is the pool area, so there is like four different kinds of zombies that are all going to give me war flashbacks when they show up. This old goblin is one of them. It's in times like these that I think about, again, I think about what could have been with PopCap, and it makes me kind of sad. I wish that George Fan was either still working at PopCap or at least left PopCap on better terms, but I mean, I mentioned the EA Vancouver, or the PopCap Vancouver liquidation. Well, during that time, George Fan was laid off. And when you really think about it, he hadn't been working there for that long, unfortunately. He was hired when they made Insaniquarium, and then he was fired after PopCap merged with Electronic Arts. And I mean, according to Edmund McMillan, there was some sort of like bad blood between George Fan and EA higher-ups. And I generally trust McMillan's word, but I'm not entirely sure if that's the case. I feel like that's more McMillan sticking up for his friend than it is actually maybe reflecting what actually ended up happening there. But I would not be surprised if that was why George Fan was laid off, because he's also on record saying that he is really not a fan of the microtransactions and the sort of monetary aspect of Plants vs. Zombies 2, and you know, the games moving forward. And I imagine EA higher-ups were very much a fan of that, because, you know, infinite growth, infinite money, this concept will never get overused, no sir. If we use it, we can make infinite cash. And thus the live service game was born into the world like the hideous mistake that it come to be known as. Yeah, game, I know. Acting like I've never played this game before. Alright, these things are a problem. I really wish I had garlic right now, but I forget when you get that. But I am very much looking forward to cracking open Allied Star Police, because I'll let you in on a little secret. I may or may not have found it on archive.org. After working for a while, damn it. The devil? Why was my mic audio? My mic audio was down super, super low for that. What the hell? I hope that hasn't been going on for very long. It's the dangers of having... You know what? Hang on. Last time I pause, I'll promise. Last time I'll pause, I promise. But I'm just going to... I'm going to minimize OBS so that doesn't accidentally happen again. Because if it does, that could be bad. inside. That's what I have my phone over here for, so I can actually read chat. Okay, fine, game. If you insist, I'll put something in a second to last around. Where is the fabled bucket pool zombie? I know it's coming. Oh, come on. Oh, the car keys. Let's go. War and Peas. Oh my god. I'm so disappointed that they never followed up on that joke. Cause it's like, it's right there. It's such an easy joke. I guess I go with the pool cleaners, but even though I'm never gonna have anything go down the mill. The little squeak. Oh my god, the little football zombies. This level is a good gimmick. Hey. Oh no. This is Zambonis, isn't it? That is correct, okay. These guys are kind of a problem. I have an idea. Let's take my strategy and change it up a bit, shall we? Because we already have a way to insta-kill the first zombie. So if we just have him sit there for a bit... Oh, perfect. The rest of the level is going to move at a snail's pace. Oh, come on. There were 2 zombies in the same lane. I expected some carnage. Well, it's not optimal, but I'll roll with it. Uh-oh. Out of here. I just remembered, next level, we gotta take a break to read the zombie almanac description for the Zamboni, because it's kind of incredible. Or, excuse me, the Zomboni. You'll quickly see why I'm making that distinction. If this works, I'm a genius. No. Oh. Somehow the three-peater lives. Right, oh my god, spikeweed. Also one of the best plants in the game, I remember you. Okay, so, while we have a moment. Not to be mistaken for a Zamboni brand ice resurfacing machine, Zamboni and the image of the ice resurfacing machine are registered trademarks of the Frank J. Zamboni and Company, Incorporated, and Zamboni is used with permission. For all your non-zombie related ice surfacing needs, visit www.zamboni.com. To this day, I don't know whether they had to put that in, or if they just put that in because they thought it was funny. If it was EA, this was before the EA era, so it's really hard to tell. If this were after the EA era, this definitely would have been a legal disclaimer. Yeah, I'll be fine. I think I'm just gonna do the strat again. I just came to an unfortunate realization. I was about to say, because I'm thinking about Gemcraft again. I was thinking like, oh, by the way, if you're curious about that, me randomly bringing up that series, you know, and play it yourself. Chasing Shadows is playable on browser. Nope. Flash. The things we lost when Steve Jobs went up on stage and said that Flash was a security risk, man. Whatever. It was probably for the best, because Flash is a security risk, but countless victims. Countless victims of the delisting, the removal of Flash from the internet. I mean, hell, I doubt people even still use it anymore, but I mean, I don't have an elementary school child on the inside to really say for sure. I don't think people use Cool Math anymore, and that makes me really sad, because Cool Math was the shit. Because I'm going to assume that the people who are here probably know what Cool Math is, but just for posterity's sake, for the people who maybe are watching this in the future, in case Cool Math Games ever goes down. Cool Math Games was sort of a joke website.
that would... It had math games in big fat air quotes. It was just a site for hosting Flash games that was just like a funny, like, hey, if you can play this at your school and you can say you're playing math games. And a way that a lot of the systems work for like proxies for determining what to block on a school network is it works off of keywords. So things that have like the word, like things like the word game or the word porn or like things like that are, those websites are just blocked or unblocked automatically under the assumption of like, yeah, those are math websites, they're educational. Or that's adult content, that's obviously not going to be allowed on the school network. And every once in a while, something slips through the cracks, and the people who are doing it were doing it intentionally. This is probably the best example of that. And there were imitators for sure, but nothing came close to the glory that was Cool Math Games in its prime. Because now I think there's like it's got like a subscription service and shit. Like it is not the same. It's not the same website that it was. And you can say that about a lot of Flash websites, or I suppose a lot of websites that used to host Flash that now host other less desirable content. So. Online casinos and HTML5 applets that are not nearly as, well, frankly, not nearly as fun. Like, I still think about Miniclip and the sorry state that Miniclip is in now. That, two things to know about Miniclip in the modern day. A, it's now owned by Tencent, which if you, if you have a vested interest for or against Tencent, well... that's gotta be worth something. But the more unfortunate aspect is that it no longer hosts Flash games at all, because as it turns out, Flash has been dead for almost 4 years at this point. So there's not really a point. I don't know if it's supported on browsers other than Chrome, but the trouble with having a monopoly is that, I mean, what browsers other than Chrome? You got DuckDuckGo, you got Opera GX, you got, crap, I don't even know what else. Chromium, Edge, Internet Explorer. Who uses Internet Explorer? I don't even know. I keep going back, and the question remains of whether these browsers are even a thing anymore. I'm also wondering if I'm wondering if the things that I'm thinking of are even browsers. I don't think they are, because the next thing that came up was, oh, AOL. Nope. Oh, eBaum's World. Nope. Those were both websites. It's easy to get confused because Google.com is the browser. Google Chrome is I said it backwards. Google.com is the website. Google Chrome is the browser. I was just like saying, making this grand thing of like, yeah, don't forget there's a difference, and then I said it wrong. Okay. There are a lot of weird through lines when it comes to the history of the internet that I think are very interesting. Like, I still don't know for sure whether or not, yeah, Plants vs. Zombies, let's go. I still don't know for sure whether or not, Mediafire is a
some offshoot or spiritual successor to Angel Fire. I don't know enough about the older internet to really say. Because I'm pretty sure Angel Fire was either a forum or a file sharing service. I don't remember which one off the top of my head. If I remember correctly, Angel Fire was the forum, Mediafire was the file sharing. And I mean, the fact that I'm calling it a file sharing service already tells me that I'm not really connecting. Because back in those days, file sharing was not as, well, people didn't have Google Drives, but they did have lawsuits. I have to wonder what would happen if a website like Napster was taken to court in the modern day. Like, imagine the backlash if Vim's Lair got taken to actual court. Because it's a very similar affair. The whole point with Napster was a file sharing service where you just go there and download music for free. And I don't know if it was like, if the gimmick was it was uncompressed music, or if it was just you could go there and download music that other people had bought. But regardless, they got sued big time by the RIAA for copyright infringement. And it turned a lot of heads because it was one of the first times that that sort of idea of what does intellectual property actually mean in the digital scape? Because I believe that was before the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. That was before the DMCA was a thing. And I still think the DMCA is stupid and really antiquated because, as it turns out, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act is referring to the year 2000. So it's a little bit outdated. But I just wish there were more resources to learn how laws actually worked, because part of the issue is, yeah, like everyone generally agrees that if nothing else, copyright law is confusing. Like, without considering my own opinion on whether or not copyright law is good or bad or needs an upgrade, everyone kind of agrees that it's really confusing. But there's no good resources for learning how this junk works. Oh shit, Okay, I'll roll with it. I just noticed there's no rake, so I can't do the walnut thing this time. Or can I? But even then, I still wish that there were ways to learn about copyright law and just laws in general. Because there's a reason that there are entire, like, kinds of lawyers dedicated to understanding legal paperwork. It is designed to be as obtuse and I mean, not obtuse, it's designed to be the opposite. It's designed to be as formal and, like, by the book as possible so that there aren't any loopholes. And to that degree, I kind of get it. Oh, they're moving at different speeds, shoot. Like, to that extent, I kind of get it, but I just wish there was better resources for it. And also, we live in a digital age. Like, surely there's some way that, I mean, AI or no AI, surely there's some way that we could algorithmically translate legal jargon into human readable language. Because frankly, right now it is just barely human readable. Because like, yeah, assembly code is technically human readable, that doesn't mean I want to read it. But I mean, hey, used to be worse. At least we don't have to write in cursive anymore. Is that is a... Oops. That is a mark of a bygone time that I'm very happy is gone. Because I have horrible handwriting. I know I have horrible handwriting. So having an entire class in the middle of like a elementary school curriculum, it's like, all right, class, time to relearn how to write. If you have bad handwriting, I'm going to give you a bad grade. Damn it. Going into that class where up to that point I'd only ever gotten, well, basically hundreds, but it's elementary school. Up until that point I'd basically only gotten A's on assignments, and then walking into that and be like, okay, if the way I'm going right now, I'm probably gonna get like a C on this assignment, and that was world-shattering for me being like 11. That is... those goddamn sound effects, oh my god. That is the most stock dolphin sound effect I've ever heard. I forgot it was like that. I think they're mostly gone. I think nowadays they're lumped in with stuff like cotillion. It's just like manners stuff, like how to behave as a gentleman, how to write in cursive, how to be a productive member of society. But, you know, when they say society, they mean high society. And nowadays, like, a lot of it is that people don't really write checks anymore. Like, people do still write checks for various purposes, but back when checks were the standard way to transfer money between bank accounts, you kind of had to know how to use cursive. Because you had to sign every single one of those checks, right? But, you know, that started being called into question. I can't even blame phones for this. That got called into question all the way back when credit cards were first being revealed as this big new technology when it came to making transactions. You don't have to sign anything, you just have to put in a PIN number and that's all you need. Because I think in my entire, I guess I can say adult life, frankly, I am 22 years old. I don't feel like it, but I am. In my up to my adult life, I've had to use cursive like probably once in my life. And it was when I was in middle school learning how to write checks. That's it. some of my resources, but we made it through. And we get tall nuts. Oh god, this is the last level. We're almost into World 4. Yeah, 100%. There's so many games like that. It's kind of insane. Because it's not just games from this era, but this era is particularly guilty of that, of just, let's just use stock sound effects, who's gonna notice? But Half-Life also comes to mind. Half-Life and a lot of the Source Engine games use so many stock sound effects, and you don't notice it until you watch other things that also use stock sound effects, or you play other things that have stock sounds, and you're like, wait a minute, why do I recognize this? Like, the example that comes to mind is, there's a bit in, I mean, weird correlation, there's a bit in Part 5 of JoJo, where, like, the main character is going into a prison cell to speak with someone, and they open up the prison cell, they, like, press the button to open up the bars, and it plays the same stock alarm sound effect that's used in Half-Life, and I believe TF2 I know uses it. I think it's in Half-Life as well. It's the stock alarm sound effect from when the robots are taking a gate, if I remember correctly. I remember hearing that and being like, hey, what? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard that before? Now that I think about it, JoJo actually does that quite a bit, because there's another bit in Part 4 where a character grabs a bottle off of a shelf, and it is the exact same stock bottle sound effect that's used in Starbound. And like the thing is, with a smaller company, I wouldn't mind it as much, but like, dude, do your own damn Foley. Like, you have the funding for it. I know that for a fact that you have the funding for it. Go do your own damn sound design. That dolphin sound effect, personally I recognize it from
There's a game by, what is the developer? Dingo Games, if I remember correctly. That's the company, Dingo Games. They made Tasty Planet. They also made a game called Laser Dolphin, and I recognize it from that. Yeah, 100%. There is some, after a certain point, stock sounds and stock images are just their own aesthetic. Kind of surprised people don't use it more, but like there's a select few people that come to mind that have used it as an aesthetic, or just for jokes if nothing else. Like Toby Fox and Andy Land both come to mind. Because I mean, Toby Fox, like Deltarune is a good example. There's a lot of just incredibly stock sound effects that are just in there because for the people that recognize it, it will be very funny. And I mean, that's kind of the calling card of the entire Undertale and Deltarune. For the people that recognize it, it will be way funnier. But here especially. Oh god, bad timing. I kind of wish games did that more often and just straight up just stole each other's sound effects, because there's not really much to get mad about there. It's like, hey, wait, hey, you stole my stock sound effect of it. You stole that stock sound effect. Okay. Like, if it's made in-house, it's a little bit more questionable, but even then, there's very few companies that I feel would actually get mad about something like that. Maybe Square Enix. I should have brought more spread damage.
We made it through. Hello. We heard you were having a pool party. We think that is fun. We'll be right over. Sincerely, the zombies. Alright, real quick, I'm gonna take a 2-second break and go pour myself some water, because I have been talking uninterrupted for almost 3 hours. So, I mean, I've been on air for 3 hours. I don't know about talking for that long, but give me 3 seconds. I'll be right back. Alright. Good for my throat.
The zombies are coming.
Man. I finally need an excuse to use Torchwood. Hey Zykev, what's up? Yeah, 100%. It's, every single one of these games, it feels like they had a blast. Except maybe the Battleship game, like the, what am I thinking of? The Hasbro games near the tail end of their lifespan, but you know, at that point, they were just, they were owned by EA, they were going through the motions. I'm sure they had fun in their own way. I think I do eventually want to play through the Hasbro kind of mediocre board game remakes that are done by PopCap. But I feel like they would just kind of be bad. bad, maybe not even in a very good way. They're kind of just... I remember them because I played them when I was younger and I kind of liked them, but that doesn't make it a good game. And... I mean, it's probably not a very good game, but I'm still kind of tempted. And I'm running out of PopCap games to play anyway, so I may as well, right? Three at once, let's go. I mean, hey, another game that comes to mind thinking of, like, they must have had a ton of fun making this was, I mean, two games come to mind. Bookworm Adventures and Gyromancer. Because with Gyromancer, it feels a bit more like they were putting on, they had to put on the Square Enix coat of paint. So there was a lot more, there were a lot more hoops to jump through to make it more like a, Square Enix game, so to make it more like a Final Fantasy game, basically. But, oh hey, rare animation down there. With Bookworm Adventures, you can just feel it. There's just this innate feeling of fun throughout all of it. Like, Bookworm Adventures may not be my favorite PopCap game of all time, but you can just tell that they loved working on that game. And they used to call me Fog Man. Oh, that is my that's my beautiful creation. It's reached the point where I've completely stopped noticing how ridiculous it looks, but yeah, I made that at the start of the stream. I love the music for this place. The levels on the other hand are kind of frustrating.
The zombies are coming. Brains.
Yeah, I totally get that. I don't know how best to describe it, but it feels more fun to play things and watch things if you know that the people making it had a good time with it. It's charisma, I guess, but maybe that's the wrong word for it. I feel like it's the same reason why a lot of shovelware games feel bad to play. Because you're just playing through and you think like, damn, these developers were probably under crunch the entire time, and this is probably the best they could do given the circumstances. But it doesn't make you like the game anymore. Because there is a line between liking a game and respecting a game. Yeah, Laura Shikahara, so good. Actually, I said this way earlier in the stream, but I was looking up information about this game and about Laura Shikahara and George Fan and various other aspects of this game. And apparently, not only did Laura Shikahara work on the music for this game, of course, she also did the soundtrack for To the Moon, that indie RPG from like 2012, 2011. That's the kind of passion that I can respect. Like, I remember finding the SoundCloud of Skaven, the guy who did a lot of the soundtrack for the Bejeweled games. And not only does he still do stuff, he still does Bejeweled stuff. Pretty recently he put out a remastered, like remixed version of Data Jack. One of the songs from the original game. And that is just awesome. But she did To the Moon, and she also is the voice singing in the credits of Deltarune. I believe both Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, and probably the other chapters moving forward. There you are. Here comes my dude. Yeah.
Zombies are coming.
I actually don't remember those. I'll have to look into that. There probably won't be football zombies until the end. Hedging my bets a little bit. Oh. That's pretty good. That was fast. Oh boy. It's bloom time.
The zombies are coming.
Oh. Okay, well, it's somewhere. There you are. They move way faster than I thought they did. Ah, crap, right, they could be over water. Get out of here. Hey. Blovers, my beloved. Love these little guys. Yeah. Well, they can't all be winners. balloons yet. Gotcha. I'm surprised I was able to pick it up. I forgot the recharge time on this was fast. This does kind of just completely invalidate Cactus, huh? No. No balloons. No. I said no balloons. Just like I have the sun for it, so just balloons and fog are no longer a problem. And I mean, hey, after this we get access to the best minigame in the game, in my opinion. I feel that. Because I mean, with a lot of these kinds of sort of like game genres coming and going, there's always the double-edged sword. It's like, yeah, there's this cool aspect of it, but there's also this kind of less positive aspect. It's hard to think of one for casual games, it really is. I love how it doesn't give you the option to say no. He just... Here, I'll give you $1,000 for it, and he just grabs it right out of your hand. Oh. Okay, we have kind of an interesting choice here. Both Gloom Shrooms and Cattails are completely ridiculous. I think I'm gonna go with Gloom Shrooms though, because Cattails are only useful up until the end of this world. But Gloom Shrooms I could potentially use in World 5 once I get coffee beans. Harvey Flaxcaster. That is a least of the painful ass name, man. This minigame's awesome. Oh, they are real generous for you. They are real generous in this first level, huh? Rip Michael Jackson zombie. Moonwalked right into a rake. Idiot. Oh, this ought to be good. The digging zombies are a massive headache. I remember that much. In theory, the Gloomshroom actually works really well here. Nah. It's like, the gears are turning in my head. Like maybe this potentially works, but I think I'd take split peas anyway. And the level's breezy outside of that. I mean, going back to what you were saying before about it's like then versus now, casual games versus mobile games. Something that comes to mind is that like the constant question of the game creator of how do I get people to come back to my game? And this is a question that people have been asking since the arcade days. And the question has sort of evolved over time. Because back in the arcade days, the way that they would get you to come back is they would just make it as hard as they possibly could, to the point of just being straight up unfair. Because if you just breezed through it every time with no issue, you wouldn't put in more quarters. So all of the levels were designed to be super, super punishing. So that they could sneak an extra quarter or two from you every time you played. And was it fun? It's debatable. There are some games in the arcade era that are genuinely really, really good. And there are some other ones that are just trash quarter munchers. And that sort of logic didn't go away for a while. Like a lot of the NES games have that same sort of logic, weirdly enough. Because it was a lot of the same people that made arcade games were now making console games and using the same logic of, oh, how do we get people to keep coming back? Let's make the game bone-gnashingly difficult. Hey, puzzle mode. Just like, if we make the levels unimaginably difficult, then people are guaranteed to come back, right? And yet, you end up with a lot of interesting situations, like the original Legend of Zelda, which, I mean, in my opinion, the original Legend of Zelda is not fun, like, at all. It's is miserable. You are straight up just required to have a guide to finish that game. There's no in-between. But it's just how they were making games back then. The goal of the game, in a way, was to get you to buy the strategy guide. The secret clues and tips for Nintendo players. And I feel like at least part of that was also just, you know, people were new to the concept of making big, sprawling adventure games like that. So, to a certain degree, I give them a pass, but it's still not great. Yeah, I can only imagine the amount of money that they made off of Nintendo Power back in the day when it was actually potentially useful to have an issue of Nintendo Power. Because it was back in the day before the internet, as weird as that is. You couldn't just look up what games are releasing. It's probably the biggest change between then and now is just having the ability to just look up having the ability to just go on the internet and look up things and not being at the mercy of advertisements. Yeah, starfruits are insane, but I am actually wait. Right, starfruits shoot behind them, don't they? Hang on a minute. Right. I forgot about this. They do shoot behind them. In a lot of ways, you were kind of just at the mercy of advertisements to know what was out in the market without just walking around a game store and looking. So that made stuff like Nintendo Power a lot more valuable.
Zombies are coming.
Because, I mean, hell, that's a whole corner of the market that's basically moot now, the Ripley's Believe It or Not kind of stuff. But like, hey, we've collected all these weird facts about all these zany things. Nowadays, that's just Reddit. You look around on Reddit and you find basically the same kind of stuff that's in a Ripley's Believe It or Not book. And I mean, not to say that the practice is completely dead. There's still the Ripley's Museum and stuff like that, but it doesn't have the like the capturing power that it used to. Because you can just Google it. Because I actually have been to the Ripley's. I've been to the Ripley's Museum before, and it genuinely is very cool. I was just in like, crap. I think it's in Dallas. I forget where it is. I think it's in Dallas. But I was around at one point, and we were like there for a family gathering. And we were like, hey, screw it. While we're here, let's see it. And it was genuinely super cool. But again, like, I can only imagine how unbelievably cool it would have been back in the day before the internet. Seeing all these things I had genuinely never seen before for the very first time. Though I will say, the upshot of being able to look everything up now is just in general, I think it's made people a lot more accepting, which is very nice. Because there was this sort of... back before the internet, there was this sort of... not echo chamber per se, but there was this sort of pipeline of what people who live in different countries, aren't they so cool and weird? People who are different from me, isn't that weird? Because you couldn't just get a feed of some dude living in Malaysia. That just wasn't a thing. All you had to go off of for what people in Malaysia were like was media. You had books, you had TV shows, and that's basically it. If you really wanted, you could go and find a book about it, but there's only so much good a book does when it comes to stuff like that. Being able to live and experience how other people live, and how other people talk, and how other people act, it helps so much with actually accepting how other people live. As corny as that sounds. But there wasn't that window before. So it was also just a lot easier to make shit up. Because I mean, I also think of like Barnum and Bailey. Showmen who were basically like, hey, look at all these weird people. You've never seen anything like this, right? And when you really step back and think about it, damn, I am really glad that's not a thing anymore. For a whole litany of reasons, I'm glad that's not a thing anymore. I'm down a starfruit. Man, I've been going for almost 4 hours, huh? Good grief. Oh, nice. Pumpkins. Ugh. You. I forgot they introduced Pogo Zombies before they give you Magnet Shrooms. That's kind of unfortunate. Bumpkin is probably my favorite insult of all time. Because there are a lot of things that you can call someone that are genuinely hurtful, and like work off of stereotypes or off of some like aspect of themselves. But to call someone a bumpkin, because I know it's like basically like calling someone a redneck, but it is so much funnier than calling someone a redneck. Because you're calling them a bumpkin. It's the insult equivalent of calling someone a clown referring to someone with a clown emoji. Oh, I hear it. It's here. No. Where are you? Here you are. I'm just happy it's not Pogo Party. I said I'll be doing some of the mini games. I'm not doing all of them because Pogo Party is just miserable. It is kind of liberating to not have to commit to at least trying everything. Because so many other people have done playthroughs of Plants vs. Zombies. I'm not... I don't have to worry about... Well, if I don't do it, there's a good chance that no one else does. Nope. I am fine just skipping things. Not gonna lie, for being a final level, this is kind of disappointing so far. Maybe that comes back to bite me, but... Comparing this with the last level of the... Comparing this with the last level of the pool area, it's kind of funny. Oh, I am definitely doing Zombaquarium. That is a classic. Looking back, my favorite minigames from this game, in retrospect, are the minigames that are just worse versions of other PopCap games. So it was Zombaquarium and Begooled. Freaking Begooled twist. I'm so happy I actually played Bejeweled Twist, and I now understand how absolutely bonkers that game is. Speaking of puns, by the way, this is something that I found when I was looking around on George Fan's Twitter. Because he just posts a bunch of stuff about like indie games and about Plants vs. Zombies and his experiences working with PopCap and all that stuff. According to him on his Twitter, the original name for this game was Lawn of the Dead. Now they couldn't use it because obviously Dawn of the Dead does in fact exist. But can you imagine? Because the more I think about it, Plants vs. Zombies is a very off-the-cuff name. But it could have been so much better, if only. If it's the list I'm thinking of, I think I have. Seizure? No, I haven't seen that. Seizure salad? That's also really good. Yes, I have heard about Gazebo of the Damned. love the idea of it being named Seizure Salad because, like, that would create a sort of Neil Cicerega-esque aspect to it. Or I guess Lemon Demon is a better way to put it. Like, oh god, I want to recommend these songs to my friends. I want to recommend this game to my friends. I have to somehow properly explain that yes, the name of this game is Seizure Salad. It's like trying to recommend Lemon Demon to people. Like, oh, I love Lemon Demon. What are some of their songs? Two Trucks. Oh, what's it about? Hello. This is your mother. Please come over to my house for meatloaf. Leave your front door open and your lawn unguarded. Sincerely, Mom. Not the zombies. Oh.
Coming. Brains.
Jesus lives. There's such a missed opportunity for this for this level to have its own music. Like this level is kind of awesome, but it's all you get is ambient rain sounds. Ambient ASMR rain sounds to fall asleep to. And I mean that's fine, but I don't know, could have been cooler. Ambient ASMR rain sounds to kill zombies too. Is there actually an unreleased track for this? That's awesome. That's awesome if so. Now we move on to the weird world. Again, it's a shame. We got to use Starfruit for exactly one world, and now we're back in a situation where we can't. Very unfortunate. I think you can still use them if they're aiming backwards, but not forward. I could probably make it work once I get garlic, but I don't get garlic for a while. Literally one of the most interesting plants that they give you, and they don't give it to you until like what, 3.7 I think? 3.8. It's not until super late. Because I believe 3.9 is when they give you melon bolts. But it's been so long since I've played this game that I'm probably wrong. Taking the team, or taking one for the team. Enjoy your walnut. That is also a stock sound. Hang on, while I have a moment. Get you. I You know, I'm very tempted by the puff shroom. Probably you again. Whoa. I didn't even plan for that. Stop stealing my stuff. Ladder zombies, man. They're not annoying very often, but when they are annoying, it's because it's in Last Stand and you're about to die. I've never actually effed around with the sandbox mode before, because don't you... Is it unlocked at the start, or do you need to unlock all the pets to get it? I've gotten mixed responses on that. But this game would go hard with the sandbox mode. It's like a Balloons Tower Defense. It's just like, some days you just want a big sandbox to do random shit in. Okay. I mean, I was planning on coming back to Insane Aquarium anyway, so another thing to add to the list of things I want to do with it. Oh, damn it. Hang on, let me close OBS again, because I have the chat right here. I don't know why I keep opening it back up. I love when these games have little, like, sneaky secret modes that you have to do a bunch of stuff to unlock. needs strategy? I have 5 rows of garlic. Good luck getting through that. Because something I want to get back to at one point is something about Chuzzle. There's actually a secret mode in Chuzzle. And the unfortunate thing is that in order to unlock it, you have to get all of the achievements. So, or not all the achievements, but a lot of the big ones. Like one of the hardest speed mode achievement and the one for beating all of puzzle mode. So I think I'm just gonna download a save file and show it off. But there is a combination that you can enter on the trophy screen, and if you enter the combination right, it opens up Bechuzzled, which is just like, it's just a texture replacement, and I think it's just classic Chuzzle? It's either classic or Zen, I don't know for sure. But all of the Chuzzles are replaced by the old sprites for the Bejeweled gems. I remember reading about it on the Steam forums ages ago. Pop shrooms are just built different. Yeah, I mean, it's almost a sandbox. Still would be nice to have a proper sandbox mode.
The zombies are coming. Brains.
It's the same kind of logic that I wish more games had level editors. It's just fun to bang rocks together and see what happens.
Brains.
What was that? Is that only on the mobile version? The hell? I guess that would explain why the achievements aren't here then. That's sad.
Brains.
I still don't know what the hell I'm gonna do with PvZ2. Because I do kind of want to play it because I remember more or less enjoying the first 2 worlds or so. Because it was first 2 worlds are Egyptian and then pirate, yeah. If I remember correctly. So I remember liking both of those more or less. I could do with that. Like even then, I was like I could do without the modern mobile game elements, but like it was pretty fun. And then I got to Far Future and hit a brick wall, and I stopped playing. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with it because I mean, yeah, it is in fact Plants vs. Zombies 2, and it is full of microtransactions. But for the first few worlds, I remember it being at least somewhat enjoyable. And then PvZ3. God help the Plants vs. Zombies series. I haven't heard much about PvZ3. But the few things that I have heard are not exactly glowing reviews. There's a Battle Pass model for it? Ugh. That's gross. Yeah, it's really something. And the thing that makes me so sad about that game is that it's been cooking for years. Like, how long ago did the alpha for that game come out? Like, it has been in development for such a long time, and that's what they came up with. Just like a sad shell of PvZ1 that was, I mean, basically just it's just an excuse for the game to say, hey, you should spend money on this game. I remember watching like 5 levels in, and once I realized that they weren't unlocking any new plants, I immediately just that was all I needed to see. The ideal Plants vs. Zombies experience is unlocking 1 plant every, like, 15 levels. Oh, that is gross. I remember hearing at one point from like watching a Grapefruit stream that people have apparently made a fan hack of PvZ2 that takes out all the in-app purchases. So I might, if that does exist, I might go and try that, but even then. Yeah, it really does feel like a funeral march. Because what's really left of the Plants vs. Zombies franchise at this point? They've been building up to this for a long time, and this is what they finally came up with, and now all that's left is PvZ Heroes and Battle for Neighborville. And I've heard Battle for Neighborville isn't bad, but like, really? Zen Garden, yes! Let's go! This version of Zen Garden is a lot funnier since there are no microtransactions here. So, like, you reach a certain point, it's like, okay, I need a whole bunch of fertilizer and I don't have enough money. In the EA version, it's, well, you can spend a few dollars and get some money, and then you can get some plant food. In this version, it's no, fuck you, grind. Oh, this level's funny. And the thing is, like, I try my best to not do fan games if I can help it, because I mean, I have a couple of petty reasons and a real reason. The real reason is that it's a slippery slope. And if I play one, it's like with Lisa fan games. If people realize that I played a Lisa fan game, I am going to get 400,000 recommendations for other Lisa fan games to try. And I'm not going to be able to say no. So I'm like putting that on the back burner. Eventually I will. Because I know in my heart that if I'm playing one, I'm playing like 20. At least. I didn't even know there was a Zen Garden in PvZ too. again, I haven't even seen the Match 3 game, which, I mean, that alone tells me everything I need to know, because I've never heard of it in my life. I'm sure it's fine. But to go from, oh my god, a new Plants vs. Zombies game is releasing, to, oh god, a new Plants vs. Zombies game is releasing, to not even really, like, having no real reaction when a new game does come out. That's when a franchise dies, unfortunately. Just going from sort of like interest to disdain to just complete disinterest. They could make a Plants vs. Zombies roguelike and I just would not care. And that's just, unfortunately, that's the state of things. Yeah, that would definitely make the experience worse, huh? I think I did end up committing to playing the newer games. I'll poke around and see if I can find just like a download of one of the older versions. I don't know how the hell version control works on iOS, but I'll find out. That's true. How is this gonna work? And I mean, we have garlic, so now we can do the funny stuff, but... I think I have an idea. Garlic, my beloved. I forgot they did that. Okay. I think I have a plan for dealing with the catapult zombies, but we'll have to see. I feel like it's coming now. Where are ya? Oh, right, I forgot about that. There we go. Now I put my plan into action. Good luck working through that, buddy. Somehow that didn't even go through a whole layer with a walnut. He's still smiling. Oh crap. Not a sunflower. Yes. Now, here's a question. Should I actually use the umbrella leaf? I feel like the answer is yes. Because I could just use the walnut strategy again, but there are bungees here, so it's probably worth it.
Coming.
I thought so. I guess I only get to use my cool walnut strategy for one level. Because I think after this point, the bungees and the catapult zombies always show up at the same time. Oh shit! I should be leaving holes for the umbrella leaf. Garlic could have been good here. Alright, see ya. Trying to think of how much I want to do before I stop, because like obvious factors I don't want to completely ruin my voice. But also, I am on a what's the word for it? I'm still at college, so I still have a limited number of swipes. Normally I'd be fine with just skipping dinner and letting it roll over to tomorrow, but swipes for the week reset today, so if I starve myself, I'm getting no benefit for it. So I may as well actually, you know, nourish my body. Seemed kind of important. Yeah, but it's a college campus. The only plants they have, the only plants that are around here are shrubs. As much as I want to sustain myself off of, like, grass and ivy bushes, it's just not gonna work very well. Wait, hang on. There we are. Yeah, this pause screen's amazing. For some reason, you can move the window around too. I've always wondered why that is. Maybe there's... I think they're just working off of a framework. Oh no! Oh no, right! Ah! Stop that. Well, it ran out of basketballs. That was terrifying. Oh, hello? Oh, okay. That makes sense.
There we go. Alright. It's time for pain. I remember what coincides with this one. It is time for the big gentleman. Do I just say fuck it and go for the jalapeno? That's an aspect of this game that I didn't really appreciate before, is that they do that constantly. It's like they show you the problem and then they wait a level and then they give you the solution. They show you pogo zombies and then they wait until the very end of the world to give you magnet shrooms. They show you gargantuars and only after showing you how much of a pain they are to deal with do they give you something that actually does good damage against them. It's kind of great. I should have brought pumpkins, actually. That would have been helpful here. The big gentleman approaches. Or, I guess not. Ah, there he is.
The Zombie Yeti is so... it's so awesome. I do love that. Just the idea of something that on your first playthrough just straight up isn't there, and then you do a second playthrough thinking like, okay, everything's going to be identical, and then you get jump scared by the Zombie Yeti out of basically nowhere. There's an achievement that hints that it's there, but given how half of the achievements are references, it doesn't really spoil anything, because you could just assume, okay, that's just a reference to something. Nope, there's a Yeti. I wonder if we'll get to see the Gargantuar holding the other zombie like a big stick. There you are. Waiting for that butter. Right, I forgot there were Jack-in-a-Box zombies in this level. Completely slipped my mind. I guess it's got a metal thing, so I guess it fits here. Man, I don't even think I bring melons here. Like, melons would be good, but I need to double up on punchy plants for the Gargantuars. You know what? You raise a good point. That makes the zombies a lot more menacing. Yeah, no pogos. I guess I'm fine with just doing it without magnets.
The zombies are coming. Brains.
forget how long this level was. We are only on the first flag. Right, I forgot about the bacon. Right, that does just do, that does do absolutely nothing. It is just there to be, it's just there if you wanna hear him say bacon, and it costs money whenever you do it.
Brains.
Weirdly enough, I feel like this doesn't happen very often, but I feel like the mobile port of Plants vs. Zombies, like, the microtransactions don't feel too out of place. Like, the first one, mind you, not the second one. Because this game is, like, genuinely getting enough money to buy everything is genuinely very grindy. And if you want to skip that and pay a few bucks, it's not that intrusive. Flash forward to Plants vs. Zombies 2, though, and unfortunately, they stopped being tactful with it after a certain point. That's irritating. Stop spawning bucket heads, go away. Yeah, that's true too. There's only a select number of them, so it doesn't feel that bad. It doesn't feel that bad when you finally decide, okay, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna pay for a microtransaction. It's like, okay, you have one of 3 to 5 coin packs that you can get total, and then past that point, it's up to you. Past that point, there's no more shortcuts. You just gotta grind it. Okay, thank God. That could have gone poorly. Oh, you sneaky bastard. Okay. Really? Actually, I had no idea. Homeowner, you have failed to submit to our rightful claim. Be advised that unless you comply, we will be forced to take extreme action. Please remit your home and brains to us forthwith. Sincerely, Dr. Edgar Zambos. This music does not need to go as hard as it does. For a funny little casual game. Please don't hit me with a truck. Okay, thank you. is kind of similar to the alien boss in Sanaquarium, huh? I think this is basically game. Yeah, there we go. Okay, you win. No more eating brains for us. We just want to make music video with you now. Sincerely, the zombies. Of course.
Sunflower. One, two, three. There's a zombie on your lawn. There's a zombie on your lawn. There's a zombie on your lawn. We don't want zombies on our lawn. I know your type, tall, dark, and dead. You wanna bite all the petals off of my head and then eat the brains of the one who planted me here. No! I'm just a sunflower, but you need power and entire infantry. You like the taste of brains, we don't like zombies.
I used to play football.
Football,
Well, don't protect my head.
on his head.
I have a screen door shoe.
There's a scene. There is in fact a seizure in your salad.
There's a zombie on your lawn. There's a zombie on your lawn.
And this is that George fan style coming back in full force. Who the hell would have thought of this? Who else would have thought of something like this?
It's time to reevaluate. I know you have a lot of food on your plate. Brains are quite rich in cholesterol. You're dead, so it doesn't matter. Instead, we'll use the solar power to make a lawn defense at any hour.
I like a tricycle.
Sickle
Dirt powder on my head.
on his head.
I'm gonna eat your brain.
Put on the snow.
We are the undead.
There's a zombie on your lawn. There's a zombie on your lawn. There's a zombie on your lawn. We don't want
The big reveal.
zombies on our lawn.
There wasn't fog on the pool, it was just a fog machine. So yeah, we made it, finally. That was what? 5.5 hours, good lord. That was way more than I was expecting. To be honest, the fog was less annoying than I remember it being. I remember it being way worse. I guess just because World 4 generally goes pretty easy on you. I mean, there are the balloon zombies, but compared to World 5 and World 3, it's not that bad. It's just the fog is obnoxious because it blocks your vision. Okay, so there's a few things that I want to do before I call it quits. Already did the Zombator. Oh crap, right, you have to unlock these in sequence. I'm slightly less motivated to do these now. I was fine with doing like 3 or 4 mini games, not doing 20, man. What about puzzle? Yeah, before you get Clover, it's a lot harder. I can only imagine how hard those levels would be if Clover didn't exist and you had to use Cactus for the balloon zombies. I think what I want to do is I want to do iZombie. Oh god, I forgot about Bobsled Bonanza. Yeah, I'm... We'll have to see. Yeah, the endless mode for this is great. It is also mostly luck because there's a good chance that you just get walled immediately. But it's fun, so I don't mind it too much. I gotta get into like B movies and such more. Right, magnets. Magnets do in fact exist. I think this makes it all the way across. They have stolen the air you breathe, and you're not getting it back. Yeah, I feel like their main function in this mode is the fact that imps exist and they can use imps because they can use imps as a weaker version of the regular zombie. I especially like how gargantuars don't seem to... Well, I'm sure they want to eat your brains in the same way that every other zombie does, but they... I feel like if a gargantuar gets to your house, it's not going to be eating anything. It's just gonna kill you. It's just going to swing at you with that big telephone pole, and then that'll be it. No more brains for anyone. This one is awesome, I remember. Let's go. My one complaint is I wish that the like disco riff was synced up with the music, but not much you can do about that. Though the idea of a PopCap rhythm game does sound absolutely fascinating. Aw, true. He's effectively taking his kid to McDonald's. Okay, the level is over. I can do the thing. Bring out the boys. Right, this is where they bring in the imps. lane 2 is kind of horrible. It's got 2 magnet shrooms, so I can't use ladder or bucket. I can't use the digging zombie. I can't bungee either. I can't bungee this magnet shroom. I could just brute force it with imps. That might be what I do. There's also no sunflowers though, that's annoying. Gremlin children. You gotta be in the back of the line so you don't get killed. Let the little man do his work. Man, when's the last time anyone has spared a thought for the game's Zero Wing? Over the past, I don't even know how long. Okay, this is a rough one. At least it seems preset what's in each row.
Oh. Come on. No. This is a tricky one. Worth a shot. Right, starfruit. Barely don't have enough for this. Okay. If I were to do this, I actually forget what happens. I forget if I break even or if I go positive. I do go positive. Okay. Let me throw this conehead to the wolves. It's accomplished its goal at least. There we go. Now I'm starting to see it. I can't go through here yet because of you. Starfruit there. I hope this can get it in time. Nice.
Okay, now please don't get taken out by one starfruit. There's no way. Come on, that ain't cool. Perfectly got 3 shots off. Okay. That's probably good. Aw, poor thing. 2 ladders here. There we are. Send in the boys. All right, I'll give I'll give Endless one shake, and then I'm probably done. Because it's almost 8. I forget how long the dining hall is open, but I don't know if it's for that much longer after 8. make it to the potato mine? Okay.
Brains.
So much butter. You know what? Just to save myself a headache, let me just do this. Okay, that's one flag. It is kind of a travesty that Gargantuars are not in endless mode. Yeah, they wouldn't have been worth it, but they would have been fun, you know? That's the main thing. For a brief moment, I thought that was it. Okay. Part of me wants to keep going, but again, food. I still have not eaten dinner yet. If I had more forethought, I would have gotten dinner super early and stashed it in the fridge. But I did not have that forethought. Maybe in a future stream I will, but that'll probably be it. Because I don't think there's anything else. I guess I do have to water the plants. Like, that's fine. I have to water the plants, and... Oh, right, this is unlockable. I forgot about this. Oh, God, right. I completely forgot about this. It is okay. It is future. That's the sunglasses, if I remember correctly. Hang on. That's great, Dave. At least he's kind enough to not choose seeds that are completely worthless. Let's go. It did work. How about... Is it Daisy? Daisies? I think they are actually unlockable. Mustache. Oh. Okay, they might not be unlockable. Looks like mustache works and future works. Tricked out, right? That's another one. my man. The Last Voyage of Greenbeard. No, I think they're just generic future, like goofy 80s. Oh, it's the future glasses. It might be a reference to something specific. It might be a reference to something specific, but I actually don't know either. Okay, one last thing I want to show. I forgot about this before. The stuff down here, of course. It does look like it's from like a McDonald's Happy Meal or something. Or like a Burger King promotional thing. So, funnily enough, this is in the mobile version. To this day, I don't know why, because EA seems to have done the best of their ability to remove everything Bookworm from their catalog, but this is still in the mobile version for some reason. You get your classic, the Bejeweled Gems. You get a Chuzzle. This is actually, to my memory, this actually is not in the mobile version. There's Peckle, of course. A pipe. I think that's specifically Zuma's Revenge. I don't know, I don't remember for certain. And then the big reveal. Chinese hopping zombies and a zombie with a freaking container of Chinese takeout on his head. So I think the reason, don't quote me on this, but I believe the reason why Chuzzle isn't in the mobile version anymore is that I don't believe EA owns the rights to Chuzzle anymore. Because, I mean, part of the reason why a lot of these games haven't been ported is that porting them would be an absolute nightmare of legal whatever, because there's so many different companies that were sort of under the PopCap umbrella. And when EA merged PopCap into itself, that umbrella kind of unfurled. And all the smaller companies like Raptisoft and Retro64 and Sprout Games, if Sprout Games had even been around at that point, EA would now have to negotiate with all of those companies separately to put the games on their stuff. Luckily, Raptosoft is actually still in business. John Raptus is still doing stuff. So that's why there's actually 3 different Chuzzle apps on the App Store that are all, none of them are made by PopCap, all of them are Raptosoft games. It's kind of nutty to think about. After all is said and done, Chuzzle is the only game series that ended up coming out on the other end not being owned by EA. Funny how that works out. But yeah. I'm out of ideas, and I'm 5 minutes away from sprinting over to the dining hall to get food. So, I mean, this was fun. This was also almost 6.5 hours, so I'm gonna go rest my voice. But thanks so much for sticking around for this whole stream. And I'll be back on, what's today? Today's the 1st. I'll be back on the 3rd with some Human Tuki. I don't know what exactly I'm doing, but I'm doing something Tuki. Probably either wallpaper hunting or maybe I grind for something specific, but yeah. Take care, y'all.